Hello, everyone. Welcome here. Today, we're going to play some Timberborn. Once it loads anyway. I believe last time we were fairly close to actually getting started on building the Wonder. We had a significant amount of resources stored up. Although we need a few hundred more. And of course we have a bunch of construction over here that will help speed things up if we can get it done. I don't think there was much construction left in this district. We're surprisingly low on water. Which clearly they need to pump faster. This district's fine on water. Not sure what's going on over here. Yeah. We're low on extract too. Although I think the extract problem is a case of not having enough power. Whereas the water problem is probably just straight up a case of not enough pumping going on. Wait. I'm going to convert all of these pumps over to bots, because we have enough bots to run them. And that should result in more consistent pumping. We can run the pumps during most droughts anyway. Although not for the whole drought usually. Yeah, so that should get us about a third again more water than what we would have normally. Probably a little bit less, but... yeah. We definitely need to get some more extract going. These are running at maximum power at night, but not during the day. And this one's out of logs, which is problematic. Don't we have plenty of logs around? No, actually we don't. Okay. Hello, Treebeard. Welcome here. Kind of surprised we don't have a bunch of logs. We do have some to cut. Not very many though, I guess. I suppose the log shortage is still real. Yeah. Oh well. What are we short of over here? Extract, okay. Yeah, we need more extract. Keep population up. Like right now, we're running at like half power. Just slightly over half power. And that is, as you may imagine, not good. Let's go ahead. Oh, we already have priorities set here. Okay. And they're set correctly even. I need these last 3 columns built so that they can connect up the water wheels. These 2 water wheels. Like, we can't build this water wheel yet, but this one we can. In fact, this one's partially built already. I'm gonna go set it to high priority so that it gets built a little faster. Anyway. Drove out to the lake and found out your dog doesn't swim well enough to be left unsupervised around deep water. Well, just not very talented. God, surprised they're building all this out here. It must be that they just have lots more planks than they have, what do you call it, available. Yeah, well. Hello, survey. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of plank, or not, a lot of logs to fill that up. Do we have any areas out here where we could do some wood cutting? Kind of. No good ones. Like, we could build a little bridge over to there and cut some wood there. Or over here, which would just take some stairs down. But both of those are pretty far away from the core. Not a good idea. Okay, we are turning around our water situation a little bit. It looks like our dirt storage is full, so this is off currently. That's fine. That'll save us a little bit of power. It does mean we have dirt blocks we can use. Is there anywhere that would particularly benefit from me using dirt blocks right now? I don't think so. Not right now, anyway. Oh, we should put in a control tower up here now that this area is being run by bots. Where should I actually put it? If you put it there, it'll cover everything, but I don't know if it can flood or not. I suppose we can solve that problem by putting a platform there first. And then put in the control tower. And then that'll give us plenty of coverage all around here. Enough to keep all of the pumping beaver, or pumping bots happy. Alright. And I suppose the same thing applies down here. It'll help the beavers work faster, or the bots work faster if they have their own control tower near the centrifuges. Okay. Yeah, we've got plenty of number crunchers. We can run a lot more of those. Let's see, we're consuming 3 an hour per tower. There's like 4 towers. That's not even half our number crunchers. Okay. Yeah, we need more extract badly. Hmm. It's actually partially an issue of not enough logs. But having more power would definitely help a ton. Yeah. There's nowhere I can easily recover a bunch of logs either. Like, I tore out all the levees I could tear out easily. We never really had any huge dams or anything built anywhere. I guess this over here... we could probably actually make some serious improvements here by tearing out a bunch of these levees and replacing them with dirt. The problem is, if we tore out levees most anywhere, really, it would... they'd be difficult to replace, let's put it that way. We could tear out these right here at the end because there's nothing on top of them. But yeah, I don't really want to. I don't know if I can avoid it anyway. Putting in the control tower should definitely have improved work speed and such like a little bit. Yeah, our current well-being beavers have 100% work speed plus 30% movement speed, whereas bots have plus 170% work speed and 80% movement, which is not inconsequential. Okay. We do still have some injured beavers. I should look around and see what all we have left that. That and I could add more hauling posts and such like. Currently we have 75 unemployed beavers. 74 of them are in this district. Really, we have unemployed beavers in the other district? Okay, we have 2 unfulfilled jobs in this district. Okay. We could migrate some population here. Sure, why not? I should solve that problem. Yeah. The water tanks are filling back up again. That's good. We have 10 unemployed beavers over here. So let's go ahead and add more hauling posts assigned to bots. Okay. That should do it. For at least a little bit longer anyway. Bot is out of power. Damn it, I accidentally moved bots over instead of beavers. Oops. Boom. Okay. We want beavers. There we go. Okay. So bots do retain the boost from the control tower even when they're outside of the area of it. For at least a limited amount of time. But it's definitely not forever. Which is why we want a control tower near every workplace that has assigned bots. Yeah. So why do we have so many injuries here now? I thought I had... here we go. Explosives factories, high chance of injury. Gear workshops, I guess, are medium chance of injury. But I think I have everything that has high chance of injury assigned to bots now. At least I should have. Kind of surprised the food factory doesn't seem to have any chance of injury. Yeah, anyway. Shouldn't matter. We have plenty of extra beavers anyway. I'm going to set minimum beavers here to 66. Because that's currently how many jobs are in this district. And that should keep the population here filled. Even if these breeding pods aren't enough. Which I think those breeding pods are probably a little bit too few. But that's fine. We can pull beavers from this district. We have too many in this one by a mile. Yeah. I'd kind of like to shut this entire district over here down. Or make it all bots, rather. Well, we're almost... We've got the water wheel built. We have the stuff for it. We just have this little bit of column left to build. Which is still a lot of logs, but yeah. Once they finish building this column up and getting the power shaft on top of it. And that will add another 800 horsepower to the network. It's really cool how As far as I can tell, everything in the network always turns the correct direction. It used to be in the very early days of this game, what direction the power shafts turned had nothing to do with what direction the water wheels were turning. But actually, if we look at this now, you can see how this one's working. How we have this, all this gearing here. That's because a shaft is joining here that's turning the opposite direction from what the rest of the shafting was going to be turning. But if you look over here, the gearing is much simpler for exactly the same kind of joint. And that's because this shaft happens to be turning in a direction that allows this kind of gearing. So they use different visual styles of gearing. Like here, we have this. Over here, we have that. Different visual styles of gearing to allow for the shaft direction to always be correct for how the water wheels are turning. It's really cool. Like here in this end, this L shape is just a simple 2 gears meshed together. I'm willing to bet we can go find another simple corner, 90-degree corner that's not quite so simple. Somewhere. Let's see. There's not really that many 90-degree corners around here. Maybe we can't. Most of the 90-degree corners are kind of out in the middle of nowhere where the direction of the shaft doesn't really matter. Like here we have a T intersection that's not just 3 meshed gears. It's got a 4th ring gear to handle some shaft differences. Yeah, these are too far away from a fixed direction item. We could probably make something like that, though, if we established a turning direction with some other piece, and then yeah. Alright. Network supply is up to 5,600 out of a required 8,000 something, so we're still a good bit short. Unfortunately, we are still a good bit short. Of course, now it's night, so we have well over what we need, but we can get that second wheel built. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go ahead and raise our priorities. Get that to high. Yeah, I should do it. Oh, they can't reach these over here. No, they can. Okay. Okay. Once I get this second wheel built, that'll help a lot. Because every one of those wheels is another 800 horsepower. which 800 horsepower is nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, these couple blocks that are directly underneath the wheel are important too. Anyway. I hadn't really realized that's how the game handled gears in the current version. Like, I knew that at some point it had been changed so that shaft direction matched wheel direction. But I hadn't really considered how they did it. With all the complication of the new dynamic power shafts and stuff. It's one of those little details that you could very easily just not do, but it really improves the game that they did it. Like, I'm not sure how many different variations on each gearbox they would need. At least 2. But also you might need more than 2 because you would need to handle, well, let's just look at this T-shaped gearbox, for example. You would need to handle the case of power coming in from different directions on each side. I wonder if it's at least partially dynamic. Alright, second wheel online. That's pretty good. Alright, meanwhile, back at the ranch. We're filling up the storages. We have about 300, almost 400, maybe a little over 400 treated planks to go. Yeah, something like that. And about the same amount of metal blocks. Those are filling up pretty quickly. With the increase in power, we're up to 6,400, almost 6,500 network power out of the 8,600 we need. But that does mean that everything is running substantially faster than it was. That does mean that just 2 more wheels here isn't going to be enough, I think. Yeah, we're going to need more than just 2 wheels. Well, I could improve this monstrosity to add more wheels. Or I can just clean up my industrial zone a little bit and save some power that way. Add some gravity batteries. Because like at night, yeah, gravity batteries would be huge actually, because we are producing way more than we need at night. Now if we converted everything over to bots that ran 24/7, then we wouldn't need the gravity batteries, but where would I even put gravity batteries if I was going to build some? We need to be somewhere I can get mechanical power to without too much trouble. And also somewhere with a reasonably large overhang. That's not too far away from a center we can build. Yeah, we could rip out this floor here and replace it with dirt now. Nah. Anyway, no distraction. Over here somewhere would be easy probably. Because there is like a power shaft right there. We could tie into some scaffolding over here maybe. That would get us a pretty reasonable, like, it looks like there's a tall mountain here, but also you look up down at it from above and it's pretty deep in. Honestly, some of the highest drop we could get would be if we built overhangs off the top of this. How implausible would that be? It's like, we totally could do that. Let me think. Well, we could do that for starters, at least. We have to get power actually up here, but that's not hard. For that, we just boom. And then vertical power shaft. Like so. And then we put an overhang here and here. And then we do an overhang there and there. And yes, this is going to look ridiculous, and no, I don't care. And then we take gravity batteries. Okay. Like that. Okay. That'll work. Beavers should get that all built in no time. This one, probably the hardest to reach, but I think they can get it from below. Yeah. Okay. This isn't exactly a huge number of gravity batteries or anything, but... that's the easiest, cheapest, and fastest place we can build a few of them. Then we'll put 2 more across the back here. Three more across the back there. All right. Yeah, that'll help a lot because those will recharge every night and then get used up every morning. Also, in other good news, we have finished diverting the last of the bad water out of this area. Which I suppose that doesn't really affect anything, but oh well. It's kind of cool that the rest of this over here is all bad water free, hopefully forever. Yeah. All right. Finish building underneath that water wheel. All right, we're not far off being able to put the last 2 wheels in over here. And that'll get us... it should get us to like 8,000 horsepower overall. Almost exactly 8,000 horsepower. Which will be like 800 horsepower less than we need. So we need probably... if we built 1 more water wheel than what we're planning, we would probably be almost at the amount we need. Or maybe very slightly over. It's like we could do that. Just dynamite out a little bit and put in another water wheel or 2. And like that is a thing that we could probably do if we wanted to. But also, we can just add some gravity batteries and I'll take care of the problem too. Wait, too far from district? Oh, I see what the problem is. They can't actually get up onto the roof here. Wait, they can't get up onto the roof there? Yeah, no, they can't because this is blocking it off. Interesting. Well, that's a problem. What would be the easiest way to fix that? Well, the easiest way would be to put in a temporary staircase. Just delete that path. And then put in a small spiral stair right here. That obviously blocks off access to this industrial pile. But that pile's full and we're not going to empty it for a while yet. So we can put this up, set this up temporarily just long enough for them to build all this crap and then remove the stair and put the path back once it's done. It won't take them long to build all this. The other way to build it all, of course, would have been to designate tubeways as part of the framework. Which, honestly, we kind of could have done if we'd wanted to. Design it to have tubeways built into it so that they can get to everything to build. Bought out of power. And why, may I ask, are you out of power? Must be a hauler bot. Blocked by bad water. Oh. Wait, why do I have bad water in here? Where did it come from? We don't have a bad tide flowing. We haven't had a bad tide in a while, so it's obviously not from a bad tide. But what could have it been from that would pollute just this area? Like, there's no connection to anything that would generate bad water. This area down here is all nice and blue. This is the closest that comes to anywhere that has bad water. Nothing else attached to it is even slightly polluted. Like, this over here is completely clear. But this is all contaminated. What the hell? And it's not coming from down here either, somehow, because it came in from up here. This is the only thing that makes any sense at all. Is that this upper area periodically somehow gets contaminated. But by what? There's no bad water source that touches this. Well, let's go ahead and open the throttling valves. We gotta flush the whole area. Like, where could it possibly be coming from? Nothing downstream of it, nothing upstream of it is contaminated, nothing downstream of it is contaminated. What is contaminating it? This keeps happening. And every time I think I have figured out why, like, we didn't have a bad tide recently, did we? I thought that was a drought. But even if it was a bad tide, it shouldn't have affected this area at all. Because this has the same protections as everything else in the area. It's hooked to the primary water control system. Just like everything else here. I've tested it. It definitely flushes the system before it kicks over. Whatever. It's not hard to flush the system out, but It is really obnoxious that I ever have to. Okay. That should handle all of that. The gravity batteries are nearly completed. Have to do these one at a time. Well, these last two we'll be able to do together, but that one's got to be done. Okay, so each of these is holding 34,000 horsepower hours. Okay. That is a lot and should solve our power problems forever and ever, amen. Honestly, even just one less efficient gravity battery probably would have solved most of our problems. Maybe two. I'd have to actually do the math to figure out if that's true or not, but I don't feel like it, so. Alright, this is all built, connected to the network. Let's go ahead and remove these temporary stairs. Boom. Also, we've almost filled up the storages. We are just over 200 away from being done. So this should be the first day in a long time that we have sufficient power on everything. It looks like if we had built these gravity batteries on flat ground, they probably would have been enough. Barely. Maybe not. Yeah, we had to build them over at least a 1 tile, maybe 2 tile overhang. But it's getting close to night already. And they're only just now dipping below the level of the ground level for them. Okay, they're about 1 tile down. It's gonna kick over tonight anytime now. So they would have just barely been enough, or just barely but not quite enough maybe, if they'd been built 1 tile off the ground. That is good. That means we have lots of power storage, we won't have to worry about building more power storage anytime soon. Once we get the rest of these wheels online, that'll be more than enough. Now, the real question is, can these recharge fully overnight? Probably not yet. No, they can't yet. Which means eventually these are going to fully discharge. But once we get another 1 or 2 wheels online, that should reverse. Yeah, it looks like we're using a bit too much power to fully recharge at night. Okay, speaking of which, how far along is the construction here? Almost done, that's how far along. Let's set these wheels to high priority. Okay. And then, obviously the power shafting is also high priority. Once at least one of these wheels is online, things will improve significantly. Okay. We do finally have extract in the tank, so that's good. Water tanks are all full. Alright, beautiful. We're about 260 roughly metal blocks away from being done. And less than 200 treated planks away from being done with materials gathering we need. It's good news. Alright, how are things going over here at the tree farms? Yeah. Not so great, that's how they're going. We need more tree farms, but I don't want to build more tree farms. I would rather cut back our industrial effort. Although really we don't need to cut back our industrial efforts, much as we just need to stop building giant wooden structures. Good news, we're almost done with giant wooden structures. Okay. That water wheel's not that far off from being done. We'll definitely have it online before those gravity batteries hit bottom. Okay. This building doesn't need power, did it? It's kind of weird that it doesn't, but it doesn't seem to. Oh, the gear storage is nowhere close to full. Yeah. I knew we didn't have enough gears because the gear storage wasn't big enough to hold all the gears required to build the building. But I didn't realize we were so far away from having it full either. We should probably add some more gear workshops. Less of some of the other workshops, maybe. Oh well. Oh. Yeah. We should build a better power plant somewhere too. We don't need it. We won't need it. Canola oil is actually running down a bit. We do have plenty of canola, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't think we actually need to worry about this. If I remember correctly, I did size it appropriately. I checked to make sure we had enough and all that, enough production to keep up with the factories. So it's probably not actually a problem. Alright, how far away is this water wheel from being done? 48 out of 70 logs. Roger that. The gears are not filling back up. Or at least not quickly. How many bots do I have? 39 bots, okay. Let's go ahead and get some bots working on this stuff. Let's run those gear workshops with bots. That'll speed things up a lot. Yeah, let's go ahead and convert that over lumber mill over to bots as well. That should be good. Metal blocks, we're down to our last 120 needed. Treated planks. We're down to our last, pretty similar amount, honestly. With running the gear workshops all night, we are increasing our power draw during the night, which means that we're not going to recharge as much for the gravity batteries. Although we are very close to getting this water wheel finished. Okay, we're up to 7,200 network power. That should slow the drain. And the night drain should be 5,300, 5,400, somewhere thereabouts. Yeah. Not sure what the actual math would be and how much power. We need to have at least 2/3. Because 1/3 of the day is bots only, roughly. Yeah. Okay, so the gravity batteries are descending past this level. They're probably going to hit about level, their bottom, they'll probably hit about level with the power shaft before it kicks back on. Okay, night hits. Recharge. So we have about a 2,000 horsepower surplus at night. A little more, a little less, depending on how many beavers exactly are working, or bots are working. So as long as our deficit isn't more than about 1,000 horsepower, which in reality the deficit is more like 1,500, 1,600. So we will slowly be losing ground every day with the current power production. However, when the last water wheel comes online, that will change. So once that last water wheel's online, the trend will reverse, and we will very slowly start gaining more and more and more power. Okay. Well, that's kind of a sideshow. 639 gears. Are you guys really that much slower at producing gears than producing everything else? I guess they still aren't quite full on treated planks. Metal blocks look to be full though, which is good news. Treated planks were like 40 short. Gears, on the other hand, we need like, what, 1,500 gears? Yeah, 1,500 gears. We have 600 available. I don't have another storage for gears around, do I? I do, actually. Okay. So it's more like 800 gears available. Oh, did we use up all of our pine resin? We did. And looking at the pine trees we have here, most of our pines are actually resinless. There's still an arc back here that have some resin. So it's not too bad. Okay. Alright, once this wheel's done, the main draw on our our logs should go away. That'll improve things considerably. Okay, they're all pumping away. That's good. Water's fine. Okay. Okay. All right. I think that once they finish building this water wheel, I am probably going to go ahead and unpause the Wonder construction site, and we'll let them work on that. It'll take a little while to get all the gears needed, since those weren't properly stored up compared to everything else. Yeah, we have like 860 gears stored out of the 1500 we actually need. Yeah, 2 more logs and the water wheel will be done. And then they have a couple of levees down here, but like those are important. They're purely nice to have. Well, as soon as these lazy bastards get down here and builds the thing, there we go. Yay! 8,000 network supply, 8,700 network draw. That does mean the gravity batteries will be used during the day, but they'll charge fairly rapidly back up to their full capacity at night. It'll probably take a good week or so of nights to fill this back up, but it never reached the bottom, and that's all that matters. Alright, let's go ahead and unlock the build site for the Earth Repopulator. We have all the metal blocks and all the treated planks, actually more than enough metal blocks and treated planks, in storage right now to build this thing. So the only thing we're really going to need out of this is gears. And of course beavers to haul all the materials up here. Or bots for that matter. We do have 46 unemployed bots right now. So let's throw in another builder's hut or two. Mark these high priorities so they get done. It's going to take a while to build this thing. I've never actually built this structure. Although I guess at this point it's been in the game for quite a while. Bad tide approaching. Alright. I want to keep an eye on this bad tide, because I want to see if it produces any bad water up here in this. It really shouldn't. However. Okay, so what's supposed to happen here is as soon as any bad water appears in this area at all, it should kick over instantly and start draining out the bottom. We got 3 days till it happens, but anyway. It's supposed to shut this valve, open this valve, shut that valve, shut that valve. And then that should drain this pressure column out the bottom. And then when the bad tide finishes, it lets it run for a couple hours and then reverses the process. Specifically 1.5 hours. And that is, according to my testing, plenty of time to flush that area completely of bad water. So As to why this place got completely contaminated the last drought we had, I really would like to know. I have been trying to figure that out. There's not like a bad water seep or anything I missed down here. It would make perfect sense if there was a seep down here that would do that, but I don't have a seep down here. Every bad water source is capped. Yes, I don't know what's going on. It's very weird. Okay, power recharging is going well. Construction site is getting deliveries. Okay. %2 constructed. I think more than 2% materials have been delivered. So it's definitely not limited by material supply. It's more limited by beaver labor or bot labor. Pretty sure it's the only construction project in the district. I think. Yeah. We have about a 3,000 power surplus during the night. It's filling those batteries up pretty quick. I mean, they still drain down overnight, but not very much. Okay. How are we doing on gears? About 500. A little over 500 in Stower. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we got this place all done except the gears, and that was limiting factor. But also, as slow as it's being constructed, I wouldn't be completely surprised if the gears were just ready by the time it was done. It's entirely possible. Maybe unlikely, but possible. We're half a day out for the bad tide. Let's go watch the system kick over. It should be more or less instantaneous. So I'm really interested in is this valving right here. No bad water should reach this point. Okay. Kick down to normal game speed. And... any year now. Clearly I should have left it running at higher speed. Well. Okay, bad tide started. There's the first of the bad water. Boom, it kicks over instantly. Before the water even has a chance to get out of that basic first tile. No contamination leaked anywhere. Pressure drains. Okay. And this is all going to drain out down here off the edge of the map. I probably should have went down here during the drought and sealed off as many of these tunnels as I could, but oh well. Over on this side, due to the way pressure works, it's going to take a while for any of that water to get anywhere. Because we're not actually pulling much out of here, particularly anymore. The only flow we're going to get out of here is forcing the water down to replace what's lost to evaporation. Because all the water flows are shut off right now. Alright. Beautiful. We're at 12% done with the repopulator. 500 gears have been placed already, and we need... let's see, we have 400 in storage. So we need 600 gears. Built yet? Okay. Shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, it's a hauler bot that's not being very smart. Building lacks goods. Lumber mill, unable to get logs. Well, that should be a lot better situation than it was for a while there, that's for sure. Now that we're no longer using up all the logs in the universe to keep that running. It's just going to take a while for any kind of log surplus to get built up. Because there's a lot of buildings out there that are in need of them. And haven't really been getting them other than a slow trickle for a long time. Okay. Now. 300 gears in storage. 600 in place. Yeah. A lot of materials being hauled. How much happiness do we actually get from using the Earth Repopulator? Oh, we have tons of bots just hanging out around the district center. I should do something about that. Can I set up automation to turn off bot production when we get too many of the damn things? Population counter, here we go. Now, measure... We're gonna have to do some math here, aren't we? Because it doesn't look like there's an unemployed bots measurement. Oh wait, there is. Okay. Unemployed bots less than let's say 5. Okay. Okay, actually we want greater than 5, greater than or equal to 5. No, wait, let me think about this. If we do less than 5, then this should turn on. We don't have enough bots. Let's name that appropriately. Okay, automate, boom. Automate, boom. Okay, set that to district. We should stop producing bots now. And then it will only produce bots when we have at least 5 or it'll only produce bots when we have less than 5 unemployed. There we go. We will continue producing bot parts, though, which is good. Because that way we'll have plenty of bot parts laying around ready to use. Okay. It'll take a long time before the bot population drops any. I should have done that a while ago, I guess. Keep them under control. What other kind of sensors do we have that might be useful for something? Power meter would be good if we wanted to have some kind of stuff that gets shut off when power is low, but we don't have anything like that right now. Science counter. I guess we could rig up a system that shuts off number crunchers if we have enough science. Not sure why we want that. Speakers and indicator lights, firework launcher, sure, that's all nice. Not sure why you'd want a detonator. That seems like a pretty odd thing to want to do. Like, why would you want automated dynamite? And then, of course, there's the HTTP things. How much science do we have? I'm going to buy this HTTP adapter. And HTTP lever. Just to see what they're, how they... Okay. Okay. That's interesting and maybe useful. I'm not sure what I would do with this necessarily. But you could probably do some very cool stuff with this. Make a GET request whenever it's switched on or off. And then the HTTP lever. I'm not sure why you would want this. So it looks to me like the game is probably running... here. Let's do some science. This is obviously making requests. Which, cool. But the lever, it looks like, is for calling by external tools. Which means I should be able to curl this thing and cause things to flip in-game. Let's build it somewhere and test it. Just for the hell of it. And let's go ahead and grab the indicator light. Boom. Okay, you. Automate. Boom. Lever. Can I change this URL? It does not look like I can change that URL. I do not approve, actually, but okay. I'd like to change the ID for it, which I guess we can do up here. Yeah, that makes for a simpler URL. Okay. Let's go ahead and order those built. Okay. API stopped. Oh, here you enter port. 8080 should be free on this system. Actually, wait, is 8080 free on this system? What port is Llama running on? It's running on 8080, okay. 8080 is not free on this system. Let's run on 8081. 8181. For no particular reason. Okay, browser started, or API started. It's got an open browser button. Do they have a web UI for this game? There's no way. That'd be really dumb. They do. Okay. Timberborn has a literal web UI running. We can hit on, light comes on. Okay. Apparently we can send different colors. Send green. Okay. So what is the actual API for sending a color? Okay. Such a weird thing to do. I don't know who thought this was a good idea. But, I mean, surely it's not a bad idea. It's just a very strange thing for a game to do, I guess. And of course we should be able to hit it with curl as well. Okay, maybe not. Do I have to post to the URL? That would make sense. Yeah, not worth the time right now. Anyway, we can do dumb shit with HTTP in the game, I guess. Can you SSH into it? No. The this adapter with its automated webhook calling is probably much more useful because you could rig that up to all kinds of stuff for your colony and then hook that into some kind of service to send you alerts if you wanted to run the game unattended. Which still possibly a little bit dumb, but you could. Also, you could probably rig up the HTTP adapter I'm not sure what information would be sent on post. I'd have to check that. But like if it sent things like the color of the input, because you can set it up so that various triggers have different colors using this. You could probably rig up a system where you could send enough information. Like whether it sends the color or whether it sends what inputs triggered it, or maybe it doesn't send any of that. I don't feel like messing around figuring out the right netcat command to find out right now. And I don't think I have a... I might have a Go compiler on here. I could write a server in like 5 seconds to... Well, it does look like the Go command is there. So I could throw together a quickie web server. Do I care enough to bother? Not right now. Anyway. You could rig up some external logic to control the game. Write your own AI effectively to run your settlement. But the thing is, you could also just do that with in-game controls, unless you were doing something really complicated. Can't imagine that you ever would. Like, there's not that much that needs to be controlled in this game to keep a settlement happy. Oh, it looks like our gravity batteries have filled up all the way. Yeah, the main use I could see for the HTTP adapter is okay. Bad tide happened. Nothing got contaminated here. So why was there massive contamination for that? I'm pretty sure it was a drought event, which should have been possible for that to happen. Whatever. Anyway. I guess next time a drought happens, we'll have to pay attention, look around, see if there's anything I'm somehow missing. Somehow if there's a backflow somewhere, or... But it shouldn't even be possible. Oh, wait. Where are you going? No, this doesn't connect to anything, because that would be full with pressure if it was. Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Ugh. Maybe just a bug or something. Yeah. Even if the game did have some way you could SSH into something, I wouldn't be able to do it from this computer. I had to swap to the other one. Because this computer, somewhat unsurprisingly, does not have my SSH keys on it. Although I guess they probably wouldn't. Well, yeah, it doesn't have any of my SSH stuff installed. So no, you cannot get my GPG private key. Sometimes I am very mildly annoyed with Past Milo for setting it all up so that my SSH key is based off of a GPG key that I keep on a hardware token. Because occasionally it's kind of annoying. It makes it basically, well, you made it, I should say, impossible to SSH into things from Windows. Because for some weird reason, the versions of software that were available for Windows just straight up didn't support it. But thankfully, I don't have to worry about that problem anymore. Looks like we have 1,200 gears installed. We have 0 in storage. Okay. So we have to make 300 more gears to get this working. A little bit less. We have 1,200 treated planks and 1,200 metal blocks installed as well. I don't think we're going to have any trouble getting enough out of storage to finish that up. And it's about half done. A little over. Okay. Well, they'll be done with that someday. In the far distant future. Oh. Extract storage is slowly filling up again. I should really add another centrifuge, but... how are we doing on wood storage? No logs there, no logs there. Are we still not storing up logs? We do have like 80 logs over here in these industrial piles. Okay. That's a lot better than it could be, but I was hoping we would have some piled up over here by now, which would mean these are all full. I guess we've been starved for logs for so long that... Alright. How are we doing on robot parts? We haven't produced robots for a little while, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were filling. Okay. We're full up on bot heads. We're filling on chassis. Arms. Or, you know, limbs, I guess. Or maybe half full on. A little over. Okay. The bot count is slowly going down. That's good. We don't want a ton of excess bots laying around because they do nothing but consume power at our charging stations. Oh. So for something that apparently doesn't consume any mechanical power, this seems to have a bunch of mechanical parts inside of it. I wonder how many different building stages this has. Oh well. We never did build any hydroponic gardens or coffee breweries. Coffee just makes everybody work faster, if I remember correctly. It's a +3 to their well-being, which is the highest of any food. I don't think it actually, or does it actually make them work faster by in and of itself? I don't think so. I think it's just its well-being bonus. But I'm not actually sure. Doesn't really say anywhere. +3 well-being is quite a bit, though. And then, of course, the hydroponic gardens are... they consume a lot of water, which is the main downside of them. But also, they're really good for if you just don't have the space for normal farming. They're easy to stack vertically, all that fun stuff. What do they cost to build? That's a lot of gears and planks and metal parts. They're definitely not cheap. And I don't think you can eat the mushrooms raw, but you can ferment them pretty cheaply and multiply them by 4, basically. I'm not sure how many beavers you can feed off one of these, because I don't remember how much food a beaver eats. It takes 192 hours to produce 45 mushrooms, and then each mushroom becomes 4 food. So effectively every 192 hours, this gives you 180? Yeah. 180 food every 192 hours. Surprisingly close to 1 food an hour. For the cost of 40 water. Which may not actually be that bad. Obviously normal food production takes no water, other than what you lose in evaporation from irrigation, but yeah. And then of course algae is a little more efficient, I think. You would need canola oil though. Whereas mushrooms, you can grow purely mushrooms. For algae, you need to have some other farming somewhere. But that gets turned into food at a 1:6 ratio instead of a 1:4 ratio. And it produces a little more. Although it does grow more slowly. So you'd actually have to run the math to figure out how much more efficient it is. It doesn't look like it's massively more efficient, just a bit more efficient. And of course it requires a lot more mechanical power, because running the food factory, running the press. Let's see. So this chews through 4 mushrooms every 2 hours. Yeah, 1 fermenter is probably plenty to take care of 1 hydroponic garden. Oh well. We're up to 69% of the way done our wonder. Nice. 1,400 and something gears out of 1,500 total needed, so they will definitely be able to produce enough gears before they're done. And they've hauled 1,600 planks and metal blocks out of the 2,000 of each needed. We definitely have the planks and blocks in stock. They haven't even gotten close to emptying the storages. Production has been staying ahead. You only need like, what, less than 400 more? Yeah. Okay. Wait, pots do I have right now? 42. Let's add a couple more builders' huts. Okay. Okay. Gotta get a few more builder bots going. Should speed things up a little bit. If you click on the builder's hut, you can actually see the radius that they can reach to construct things. And how it extends off the ends of the paths. Which is sometimes helpful information to know. We have 100 extra beaver population, it looks like. Wait, 28 homeless beavers. Okay. There's 3 jobless beavers in District 2, that's fine. There's 28 homeless beavers in District 1. That's not fine. Let's remove 1 advanced breeding pod. Okay. All the gears have been hauled to the Earth Repopulator. That's good. Nope, it's advanced to another building stage. Okay. Almost 1,900 treated planks have been hauled. A little over 1,900 metal blocks have been hauled. Okay, now we're a little over on both. So we have less than 200 resources to haul before this place is fully filled up on resources. It's 79% of the way done. Which is very good. Okay. If it wasn't for the fact that we were using this tower of crud for important things like our power storage up here, I'd be strongly tempted to start deleting at least the top storages. To start removing this structure, but it has become an integral part of the settlement, I guess. So now we have a giant pile of storage that we technically don't really need anymore. I guess I could go through and set all of these to empty, but that causes a an icon to show over it, and that's annoying. So I'll just leave them set to accept. Well, We'll leave like the bottom 3 alone. I have infinite storage. Okay. That's a couple of icons there. And then I suppose we could go through and set them all to store other things, like wood or whatever, if we wanted to. Or dirt. What we don't need, though, is 2,000 metal blocks and 2,000 blanks. Treated blanks, specifically. I suppose I should just go through and set these to hold all of our storables that I don't want to put anywhere else. Like wood, planks. What all can we store in these anyway? Dirt, scrap metal. We don't really need storage for. Logs is probably a big one. Okay, another bad tide approaching. We're 94% of the way done with the Earth Repopulator. All the materials have been delivered. We just need to wait for the beavers to work on it. %, 96%. It's a lot of beavers all over the outside of that thing working on it. 97%. I'm willing to bet there's more beavers working on it than it visually shows. Because at this point we have a lot of construction beavers and bots. 98%. 99%. And it's done. Okay. We need 500 berries and 500 treated planks stored before we can launch. That shouldn't be too hard. I'm not sure how many berries we have stored. We have 200 stored there. Okay, treated planks we definitely have sufficient. The berries, though, we would need to add more storage for that. Let's go ahead and build a berry storage thingy over here. Let's put in a large warehouse to store berries. And then hook that up like so. The only berry production we have is this little bit over here. Trying to decide if I want to put in any kind of large bridge to get us over there. Nah, that'd be too difficult. It'd be much better to go with a tubeway anyway. So we could put in like a tubeway station somewhere over here. Actually, do I have a good way to put in a tubeway station over there? Because I could totally put in a tubeway station somewhere in this vicinity. Let's see. I put that there. Then put a 3 long here. No. That's not very great. Yeah, we need to support it from below no matter what we do. Okay. Okay, so the two-way tunnels are somewhat inconveniently placed for access to that exact area. We could run a sideways tunnel over through there, but that would be not great either. Yeah, we don't need a two-way that close. There's a two-way right over here. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah. Okay. I could add another row of blueberries here. Okay. Make sure to remove the dead berries so that fresh ones... See, berries like this, berry bushes will spread naturally if there's nothing blocking them. I should have removed those dead berries a long time ago so that they would spread better. Doesn't really matter, but... We're already at over half the stuff we need to launch. And we still have 200 berries in storage. Okay. We have plenty of berries, you just need to deliver them faster. I'm going to go ahead and remove a couple of these builder pots, and let's get some hauling posts in instead. Very low priority workplaces. 10 bots each. Okay. Should result in faster hauling. There's not really a nearby tubeway station to this area down here. I don't think that's readily fixable unless we extend this tubeway line down over to here. Which... not a bad idea. Double check to make sure there's... oh, whoops. Okay, we can't do that. It's not far enough below the ground. We could do that, but it's not a good idea. We could set it back farther. Nah, not worth it. Where exactly would I want to put the tubeway station anyway? Like, there's definitely something to be said for cutting in a tunnel. Okay. And then we need an underpass in here, which is easy enough to do. That should do it. Yep. Now, tubeway. Unfortunately, we have to break the tubeway here, and then we can put in 2 units of vertical tubeway each. Remove that tubeway in the middle. Boom. Okay, that should be fixed relatively quickly. Now, let's go ahead and blow that out. And we'll just run some overground tubeway over to here, where we will put in a tubeway station. Where should I put it? I'm gonna put it right here. And then we'll put that there. Boom, connect it like so. Tubeway. Like so. Path. Like so. Demolish that crap. Extend some tubeway there. And boom. Okay. Beautiful. That gets the tubeway down over here, which doesn't actually improve the hauling situation for this area that much, but it does improve it some. And every little bit helps. Alright, now, meanwhile, back at the old Earth repopulator, everything's been loaded and we're ready to launch. I am going to hook this up to a lever because I feel like it that way. That's why. And the lever is going to go right here. I guess that to spring return and pinned. So we've got a neat little launch button over here we can just hit. Okay, automate, boom. Actually, we can't actually hook that up to automated launch. It's automated pause, damn it. Okay, well that's annoying. Alright, before we go deleting that, there's no way I can change that, is there? No. Alright. Well, that's that, I guess. Launching a whole bunch of beaver gliders to the four winds. Okay. Well done! Your technological prowess allowed you to utilize the industrial strength of the Iron Teeth to conquer this map. We've unlocked the flexible start on pressure. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Once you build a wonder on a given map, you can use flexible start on it, which means you can put your starting location anywhere you want. I'm not sure why you'd want to for most of the maps, but we cut 129,700 trees on our 1,001 days we spent on this map. Okay. Detonated 391 dynamite. That's not a whole lot of statistics, but some of those are a bit interesting. Alright, anyway. I think that is about everything we wanted to do on this map. Aside from some minor complaints with weird cases of this becoming contaminated when it shouldn't have been possible for it to happen, there's no issues that have been plaguing our beavers. Everybody's reasonably happy. How much happiness do they actually get from having launched that thing? It's not inconsiderable. It's a whole plus 10. Okay. New well-being I score 35. Woo. And that's with only the beavers here actually being hit by that. The ones over here weren't reached. So I wouldn't be surprised if the actual... Here, what is the actual well-being of the beavers in this area? That one doesn't have a house to live in, so he's -3. What about you? Why do we have a ton of homeless beavers here? Okay, we still have 24 homeless beavers. That's not the way things are supposed to be. Okay, well, let's check a beaver that actually has a house. He has 36 well-being. Okay. And then the beavers in District 2. Wait, why do you have -3 shelter? You have a house. Go sleep. Anyway, he's only got 21 well-being. Alright, anyway. Is there anything else I want to do around here? I don't think so. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we could do. Obviously, there's infinite engineering you can do on a map like this. But I think I want to move on to the next map. Yeah, weird. Okay. This time we're going to play the folktales. I don't like them nearly as much as I do the Iron Teeth. But I think they're going to have some interesting benefits, and also I haven't played folktales in quite a while. So I guess we'll see. Now, as far as what maps we're going to take, we're not doing that one. None of the official maps. The official maps are all... There's some cool ones. Particularly these unconventional ones. Some of them are interesting. Kind of interesting what this one's like. They're kind of interested in what this one's like, maybe. But anyway. I did grab a couple of Steam Workshop maps that looked interesting. This one's an underground cavern with, it's apparently, quote, challenging, end quote. That one just looks interesting. And then, of course, the one we're actually going to play. Timberpunk 2. We're going to play on normal difficulty because I am not quite fully insane. Recommended difficulty is hard, but yeah. I may want a challenge, but not that much of a challenge. What would you like to name your settlement? Let's see. What should we call our save game? Send help. Okay. So welcome to Timberpunk 2. As you may notice when we scroll out all the way, there are no green on map. Where green? Well, the answer to where green is that there is no green. This map has no starting water. Mostly. There is a water seep up here. So there's a little tiny bit of water in this river, but it's not enough to matter. I think it should be low enough for that seep should be. Yeah, the seep should be giving a little bit. We've got multiple bad water sources up here on the cliff. There's unstable cores everywhere. There's relics all over the place. Reserve warehouses with all kinds of materials in them everywhere. Here's one with water, grilled chestnuts, logs, planks, logs. Okay, there's some geothermal fields right close to our settlement. Let's see, you've got more water, more water. There's really not very much water in those containers, is there? There's some berries. There's a relic. Over here we have an ancient aquifer drill. However, right beside it is an unstable core that's going to destroy it. And that unstable core is already ticking down. And it will explode in 50 days. So for the first 50 days, we can use this to produce power for us, or produce water for us. But only a little. There is an aquifer over here that we can put our own drill on. An aquifer drill, however, costs 400 science to unlock. And then we need 15 metal, 25 gears, and 40 planks. There are some metal blocks right there. So we shouldn't actually need... that's enough metal blocks to build an aquifer drill. So we shouldn't actually need to make metal. There is a relic there that grants 200 science. Okay. That's good to know. There's a whole bunch of oaks here that are dead we can clear up to get wood. But we will need to make at least some planks and gears, I suspect. Let's see. There's 28 planks. Okay, how many planks do we need for this? 40. Okay, so there are some planks over here, but definitely not enough. Alright. There's an unstable core here that's gonna blow eventually. It looks like it's only gonna blow the tiles that's directly over top of those. That's good. Man, this place... it looks like it's gonna be a problem. Are there any other immediately obvious unstable cores? There's a bad water seep that's going to open in 40 days. Where's that at? Is that under the ground? Yes, it is. There's a whole bunch of grilled potatoes in there. It's just a sealed area underground that's got a bad water seep it's going to turn on soon. That does rather draw your attention over to this old warehousing area, I guess. There's a bunch of extract, planks, pine resin, some metal blocks, some berries, some explosives, a ton of logs, some bread, bunch of relics. Wow, there's untold riches over here. Okay. There's a hole that's just some built stairs away from being able to get down in there. And then, of course, if you were over here, you could break through these blockages to get in. Over here, there's an aquifer. If we could somehow get over to there, this would be the promised land, basically. It's probably not quite that nice, though. However, getting over to there is basically impossible. the number of thorns we'd have to break through to get to this area is. Well, not going to happen anytime soon, let's put it that way. So I'm pretty sure this Badwater Seep is supposed to draw your eye to this area, though. Be like kind of like a, hey, look over here. There's stuff you can do in this area. If you could get over here. Cattail crackers, tons of them. Well, I suppose getting to this area might be a job worth trying for. If we had flexible start, this would definitely be the place to start. Be right over here. Early food, early water. A few blockages away from a whole bunch more of that. And then we could build over this way for the aquifer, but... Okay, what else is there around here? Broken down bridges. Here's another whole pile of stored materials. Hundreds of planks, scrap metal, logs, catalyst, biofuel, bot parts. Okay. Metal blocks. What's under the ground in this area? Nothing. Okay. Bunch of geothermal over here. A bunch of geothermal over here. Got some kind of structure. Water, catalyst, biofuel, metal blocks. Whole bunch of paper. What's below this? Nothing. Okay. It's relative lowlands over here, which... it shouldn't be able to flood. Okay. Bad water source. There's some bad tide drains. Dormant. So during a bad tide, once these become not dormant, we're going to have way more bad water coming out. There's an aquifer going into the mountain. Not an aquifer, an aqueduct going into the mountain here. There's a bad water source underground there. Speaking of aquifer, there's several in this area. Quite a few, actually. That's good news. Okay. More bad tide drains in the wall over there. Deliberately hidden behind waterfalls. I see what you're doing, Mr. Game Developer. Map Maker. Bad water seep, bad water source, all dormant. Yeah. That's gonna start pouring out of there before long. Its unstable core is gonna blow that open eventually. There's a ton of bad water sources in here. Like an actual ton. We're going to have to dam this off so it can flow out here. Because... Okay, what is the actual height here? We got to get it above this level. Okay, let's do it the easy way then. Ooh. That's real bad. We're going to have to build a dam all the way across there. Or we're going to have to dynamite this out deeper. And getting way over here to dynamite that out is kind of a non-starter. And building a giant dam all the way across here is... okay. It's like we got to build a dam between here and there. These blockages got to be tore out. Dam put in there. Dam put in here. In here. All the way across over here. Between there. Okay. Yeah. There is a drain over here that'll take care of some of it, maybe. No, actually it won't. Are there any other drains that might take some of it away? No. Alright, so this big area up here is a giant ticking time bomb. A huge, humongous problem that we're going to have to worry about. It's not an immediate problem, but it's gonna be. Alright, what else do we have? Below us, ooh, okay, unstable core right here. That's going to blow a whole bunch of shit. Bunch of gears in there. Carrots, berries. Okay. It looks like if we could get over to here, we could get to a bunch of nice stuff down here. That's otherwise going to go away quickly. There's some natural dams there. So there's an unstable core here that's going to blow up all of these geothermal fields that are close to us. So we can't count on being able to use geothermal power right here in long term. Is there anything else that's directly below us that is time bombed? Not immediately. Okay. This whole map feels like a trap. That's because it kind of is. Okay, there's bad tide drains there. Here we have a bunch of underground ruins. Water, planks, more water. Dirt, planks. Okay. Paper over there. That's not important to our survival. Okay, what other traps exist around here? Did I already check this? Yes, I did. There was just this bad water source over there. Oh wait, there's a hole here. Okay. Is there anything that can start pouring into that hole soon? Maybe. There's a natural dam here. Okay. This bad water source could end up pouring bad water into that hole. And if it does, it's going to pour down into here. And then out through this aqueduct. So we can't just get up to this aqueduct and plug it to block this off. If we do, we're going to also need to get over here and plug that hole. But if we can get over here and plug that hole, and plug this hole, just pop some Wearing out columns. Pop some levees in there. That should solve this bad water source permanently, I believe. There's no explosives that'll open that up? No, okay. So that bad water source is a solvable problem. Where is it going to go with its current flow? Where is its current flow going, I should say? It is flowing out under the ground here into here. And then eventually out here. But as soon as we get anything else flowing into this, that's going to start. Okay, we better get some levees to block this hole as soon as we can. Because this is going to get deeper when anything else adds to that flow. Like, say, if any of these bad tide drains come online. What else is up this way? Okay, that's just a divot in the ground. There is a natural dam there. So if we get up here and put levees across that, it should flow out this way. Which would mean it would flow out over here. Which would cause it to flow into this hole. Which would cause flow to increase over here anyway. So that's not helpful to us. Also, there's a bad water source, which means we would have to build a dam like here somewhere. And getting over there to do that with all these thorns, not going to happen just right away. Okay. What else do we have? Yeah, there's a little basement over here with some fireworks and some water in it. Okay. It's good to know. There's a bad water seep. Seeps are easy to solve because they won't pressurize an area. So if we just build a little thing around, containment around this, it will just stop being a problem. Okay, what's this? There's the actual water source right here. There's an actual water source on the map? Oh, wait. Is this... I don't want to unpause to check it right now. But I think there's a water source on this map that has a negative flow. And so it actually acts as a drain. I don't remember where it's at, though. Okay. So unless I'm missing something, big existential threat is this area. That's the big long-term threat. It's going to require significant work to block this upper area so that we can not have all of these bad water sources pile down on top of us. We're going to have to build a dam up to this top level, at least. Well, probably the level below that, actually. But still. So that's gigantic issue number 1. Smaller issue number 2. This source over here. But that seems to be relatively contained at the moment. So the 2 sources in the ground over in this area, not that big of a deal immediately. Okay. There's multiple sources and seeps over here. These are currently flowing. There's an unstable core here that's going to blow. That looks like it'll connect this to these, which will naturally just increase the flow through here, which runs right past our base. There's also a hole in the ground right here. Where does this go? Nowhere. Really? Okay. Yeah, there's a couple holes in the ground there, but they don't go anywhere. Okay. There's no cores or anything that's going to open that up? No? Okay, good. There is an underground channel here that does lead off the edge of the map. That's currently not filled with anything. There's another one of those water sources. Dormant. So I'm not sure if this is a drain or if it's going to start spewing water eventually. There's another water source. This one's not dormant. I think this... Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a drain. It's a really interesting thing that I didn't know about until I saw this map. Okay, anyway, flooded building. There's a bunch of water over there. I would quite like to get it. Unfortunately, it's flooded with a mixture of bad water, which is not good, obviously. What do we have over here? We've got water. It's behind some ruins, though. We get to remove those. We have almost complete stairs up to the top here. That could be handy. There's a bad water source over there. I think we could block this without too much trouble. Okay, so where's all the bad water going? We've got bad water up here that's pouring. Okay, this is existential threat number 2 for sure, because I guarantee when this pops, the extra bad water from this source is going to start pouring down here, and it's going to be a problem. Solutions include just getting up here to the top and building a dam across here somewhere. Because if we do that, this seep's not going to matter. This seep's not going to matter. This source is going to go out that way as soon as this bomb blows. We just had to build a dam up to the level of this area. So we could probably build it. Man, there's a ton of thorns in here. This can be really annoying to build a dam in. Also, I'd like to cap these bad water drains, which we could do, I believe, by putting levees in front of them, probably. So there'd be something to be said for building a staircase up here and then building some levees right in here or something. There are enough thorns missing. We could probably build something in here, maybe, to block it. Okay, so this is a threat that's going to have to be solved. And yeah, when these bad tide drains start coming online, it's going to be a problem. This over here I don't think can ever really be an issue, except when these bad water drains kick on. So if we start seeing these, we should get to this stuff proactively, I think, just to stop them from ever becoming a problem. which would require us to build up the cliffside here somewhere. And then something deal with that problem. This underground one can be solved with 2 levees well placed. Just getting over there to put a levee in, over here to get a levee in. Bit of a problem. I think the thorns are sparse enough here, we just had to remove a bunch of trees to get over here. So that's probably not that big of a deal. Just put some lumberjacks in and let them clear. Alright, but anyway. I think I've identified hopefully all of, but at least most of the long-term threats. This I don't think is going to be an actual threat, because these blockages here won't actually be blown up. So it's a little weird. That might be there to actually help the player by opening up a new... Okay, where is the bad water actually going? The stuff that's flowing down this hill. It flows through here, over these dams, through here. There's a dam there that's holding it back for now. I'd like to replace that with something a little more robust. But anyway, through here. Get into a tunnel. Okay. And that tunnel goes off the edge of the map. Okay. 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 Yeah. Well, first things first. Let's connect some stuff up. We have to get this aquifer drill online ASAP. To do that, we're going to need a power wheel. This only produces 50 horsepower. But honestly, 50 horsepower should be enough just to run the thing. It just won't run very well. And then we're going to need some vertical power shafting to get up here. We could do some funny business by using... Oh, what options do we have for this? I guess we could use lodges. We could stack a pair of lodges to get out. Obviously, that would be bad in other ways. Yeah. Okay, we have 38 water there. What do we have in the way of nearby science? Because we got to get as much science as we can. That relic's worth 800 science. Getting up there is going to be tricky, though. These are worth 200. There's 200 over there. That's easy to get to. Do we have any immediately available relics that we can send them to right away? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so we're going to want to immediately prioritize science. Let's get Inventor's Hut down right away. Normally I would start dumping food production stuff right away, but we don't have any place to produce food yet. Okay, so we need the science. Now. Oh, zip lines. Yeah. Okay, we'll worry about those later. Man, I wish we could build those now. But they're not important to our survival just yet. Okay, we need a power wheel as an absolute top priority. Boom. Our first 40 science is going to have to go to a vertical power shaft. And that'll get that turning. Yeah, we're going to be hard pressed for water, aren't we? I don't even have any real way to get across the river here. I need levees as soon as possible. Okay, let's unpause and go. Can we not use the geothermals? We can use the geothermals in the starting area. It takes 160 science to buy the geothermal engine. Which is pretty cheap. How much do these cost to build? 30 planks, 50 logs? Okay, we're definitely going to do that. Also, unstable core. Right underneath those. When's it going to go? I don't know. But we can't count on those geothermal forever. Quite the opposite, unfortunately. Okay. Well, we do have more food over there. Let's hook that to the system. Yeah, it won't be useful early, but it'll be useful probably in the mid. Well, I guess it'd still be early game, but let's go ahead and put a water pump over here somewhere. There is some water we can pump up there. And we do have water storage over here that can hold 300, which is huge. That's going to help us so much. Oh, I need to... Damn it, I forgot to connect this up. I need to get down some lumberjack flags. Let's go ahead and order all those trees cut. Wood shouldn't be a problem for a good long while. Not only do we have wood storages all over the place that we can use. Okay, we did have some wood storage there. Alright, that's very high priority. Those are very high priority. How much science do we have? 22. I might need to change the routing of this a little bit. Just to change what I can reach, because they can't reach this. They can reach the rest of it, though. Alright. 40. Oh, do I have any gears that I can get to? We might have to build a quick and dirty gear workshop to get a couple gears to make the vertical shafts. There are some gears underground over here that I would really like to get. we're going to have to work to protect... Oh, we can't put path underneath that. Okay. That's going to be an issue. I can TNT my way into this. Do I have any TNT available that I can grab? Because I know there are some containers of TNT around. There's some. Okay, it's going to be a little bit annoying to get to. But it shouldn't be that hard. Okay. What does it cost to buy 600 science to buy basic dynamite? Okay, we're not getting those gears anytime soon. But I can get them if I have to. There are some gears over here that I could get to if I built a dam across here, but I don't really want to build a dam across there for a variety of reasons. Platforms are 100 science. I should definitely get a second inventor's hut going. We're going to need a lot of those. Okay. We're almost able to afford a vertical power shaft. No, I'm not. Oh, the gear workshop's another 100 science. That's obnoxious. Okay, we got to get these gears. There's no two ways about it. Can I get to any of these? Yeah. I need stairs badly. I don't want to waste the money on making my own gears yet. Everybody needs water. There's no gears around, is there? Wait, where's this go? Berries, okay, that's not useful. There's water over here I could get if I had stairs, I don't. Let's set those to top priority. We can pump a little bit of water out of this if we hurry. Like I don't think it's fully contaminated. I need stairs and... Let's see, how much science do I have? 45. We might have to cheese this a little bit. Yeah. Well, we need these water pumps built before anything else. Preferably before we have a ton of beavers die of thirst. They've got a while before they actually will die of dehydration, but... Alright, we're gonna have to cheese this a little bit, so I'm gonna buy a mini lodge. And we'll build 2 mini lodges right here. They're very high priority. We're not actually going to have any beavers live in these. They're just purely to transmit power up and down because we don't have the gears for vertical. Alright. We're pumping a little bit of water. It's not very much, that's for sure. But every little bit is another beaver's going to survive a little longer. Alright, what do we need for the aquifer drill? For sure. It's a bunch of gears, isn't it? 25 gears, 40 planks, 15 metal. Okay. There's a relic over there. That would be extremely helpful. Hurry up and build the damn lodges. There we go. Pause those lodges. Build that power shaft, damn it. We're so close to getting the aquifer drill online. Build. Okay, now build the damn thing. Of course they're not going to do that. Why would they? Lazy bastards. I don't think anybody's in immediate danger of dying of thirst yet. Okay. Aquifer drill pumping, finally. Very slowly, but it's pumping. We have some amount of actual water. And when the water gets over to here, near these guys, it should speed things up a lot as far as pumping out. All right. Next thing's next. We need some industry. A water wheel should go in here somewhere. I guess we can put it right there. That should be a few hundred horsepower. And then we'll put in a lumber mill, I guess. Yeah. That's rather inefficient, but it'll do. We also are going to need some beaver housing. We need a gear workshop right there. How much is that going to cost us in science? 100. All right. Yeah, this is barely working to keep any amount of water coming out at all. We're going to be hard pressed keeping everybody watered. Uh-oh. Okay, we better get another power wheel on this. am I going to put it? I guess I can put it there. Okay. Let's get these things built. Yeah. That core's gonna blow before we're ready to build the normal. Yeah, that's not good. Okay. Okay. I could delete this, I think. No, I can't. There's goods inside. That's annoying. That's got to be connected to a road to get access to those. Okay, can you lazy bastards work on this? You know, it might help if I assign 2 more builders. Apparently not. Well, we lost a few beavers to thirst. That's not a good start. I need lodges, but I can't waste builders on them right now. What do we even have people working on? Okay, how many workers do I have? 10. We are getting enough water now that it's not immediately a problem. If they can finally build this stupid power shaft. Build the damn power shaft, stop. Okay, there we go. That should double the horsepower flowing into this thing. It's not, though. Why not? These are supposed to be supplying 50 each. Or they were. Alright, how much science do we have? 72. How much does it take to buy the platform? 100 stairs or 70? So we could buy stairs now. Okay, there's some stuff over there that I wouldn't mind having. But also it's not worth trying to build over there to get it. Ooh, there's a large underground hall here. Okay, that's cool. I might have to build over there and use that eventually. We'd have to break in through this. Which, that's not a problem. Alright, we need to get over to this relic. And this relic. To get to there, I'm going to need... stuff I don't have. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and remove these lumberjack flags. And we're going to start cutting our trees over here. Because I need these trees to go. Specifically, I need the ones in this area that are going to block our access to that. And I need the ones over here that are going to block access to over this area. So we can get a power shaft through here. I'm probably going to put a water wheel in somewhere in this area. If I can figure out a good place to put it. Probably right here is the best place to put it. So we put a water wheel like right there. And then use some levees like there and there maybe. Maybe there. I don't have the dynamite to really improve the area a lot, but the basic water wheel can go there. And that'll get us access to power to bring over here to run that a little better. Yeah. That's the objective here, I think. Why are these only supplying 53 horsepower? Power output 53. Network power supply 53. Oh! Okay, I'm an idiot. We gotta delete that lodge. This is gonna be very briefly quite bad. There we go. Build that right now. This one wasn't actually connected up because of the way the lodge was facing. Drought approaching. Yay! Just what we needed. How much water do we have stored? 14 water. That's not enough. Okay. Well, at least we're producing more water in the aquifer drill now. Or we should be. And we aren't because now this power wheel is not connected. Damn it. Okay, we can move that one pretty easily. One tile over. Boom. Build it now. Okay. We need to get houses down. Because if we don't have housing, then we can't get any beaver population growth, which is going to be a massive problem. Okay, now we have 100 power to this, which is only half of what it should have. But that should be enough to fill this area up enough a little bit to keep us from immediately dying of thirst. Okay. Housing. I'd like to run this power shaft over there, but I don't see a world in which that happens anytime soon. Okay, let's go ahead and buy platforms, which seems like a waste. And in a way it kind of is. But also, I need a way to get across here that's not building a dam, because I really, really, really don't want to build a dam and disturb this bad water flow at all. We need to put this downstream, actually. That's going to waste a bunch of our precious planks, but we can make more planks. Okay. Here's gears. Those are much harder to produce. We need to get to those gears. I don't think... Let's see, how many do we need to build the aquifer drill? We need 25 gears. We have 20... Oh, we only have 18 there. Okay, I thought it was more than that. Uh-oh. Well, that's some gears. That'll help us some. We do have... Oh, metal blocks is a thing that we had enough of. Yes, we do have enough metal blocks. Okay, good. So we are going to need to produce more gears still. Ugh, I was hoping we wouldn't have to. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we need to save up the science to unlock stairs. That should get us a couple things unlocked there and there. Okay. We need to pause that. What all can I pause? Need to fire some of those workers, because we need guys here working here at the lumberjack huts. I need to get these lodges built yesterday, because we need population growth. Yeah. Okay, we can pause these power wheels because the aquifer drill won't produce anything during a drought. We have one unemployed beaver. Congratulations, you're a lumberjack. Let's unmark a bunch of cutting areas that are not important right now. This is all very important to cut. That can be left alone for now. This over here can be left alone for now. Okay. First lodge is down. We have 33 days left until we're screwed. Let's see, this is 400 science. That's 200. Okay, if we can get over to this relic and that relic, we have the science we need. We can afford to buy stairs now. That'll get us into the bottom here to build this. Let's order that demolished. Okay. Stairs over here. That'll get us part way to where we're going. Okay, we need to build another stairs there. They're almost done building the lodges, so that's good. Everybody should be housed. We have 6 empty houses, which means population should start increasing now. We have hungry beavers. Thought we had more stored food than that. Okay, this is a problem, because we don't have any farming happening right now. We can get a little tiny bit of emergency food online. Oh wait, we got quite a bit of emergency food we can get online actually. We can get like 80 some spatter rock over there. Okay, food's very temporarily solved. We're in the middle of a drought, so we really can't do a whole lot farming-wise. Except we have to get started on it anyway. So let's go ahead and build a efficient farmhouse. Somewhere. We'll put it right here, I guess. And then we'll order potatoes. Planted right along there. I'm going to order potatoes planted because they're probably our only hope of getting enough food into a small enough area with a small enough amount of stuff going on. Okay. Boom. Okay, that's huge. Yeah, it really doesn't matter now, does it? I'm gonna set this to potatoes. So they have a place to haul them. And then we're going to have to get a grill built. But having a grill means we would have drought's over, unpause the power wheels. How much water do I have in storage? 114, okay, so we're not in desperate need of water. Not right now, anyway. Okay, those trees gotta go. Did we use up all the planks we had in storage? We did, okay, so we gotta unpause that. Alright. We have 7 jobs that don't have beavers assigned. 3 of them are here. Where are the rest? The lumber mill, of course, doesn't have anybody working at it. That's kind of important. We kind of really need to get that going. Beavers are dying of old age. Oh, wait, one starved. Wait, why did you starve to death? There's food right over here, you dumbass. Oh, it's not roasted yet. Okay. I forgot those need to be roasted. Boom. Top priority workplace. That might have actually killed our colony right there. Me not realizing those need to be roasted. Yep, I think that killed our colony. Damn it. Well, let's go back to an autosave. In my defense, I have not played, what y'all call them, folktales for a very long time. I'm glad I did realize what the problem was eventually. Otherwise, I would have been even more annoyed. Also, hopefully the save is back far enough that it matters. It's perhaps even back too far. Okay. Okay, they had not yet built over to there. Is the audio bugging out? Because it sure seems like the audio's bugging out. Well, that's splendorifus. Okay. We do still have some planks in storage, so that's good. Alright. We connect that up. And then we need to build a grill over here. We'll change this over to hold... Yeah, see, it's not even the food section. Oops. Grilled spatterdock. And the game froze. Well, I'm not sure what I expected. Timberborn. Unfortunately, when Timberborn freezes, some things just become unclickable for no reason that I can determine. But anyway, we can murder it that way. It is 10:40. I want to get us into a slightly less emergency position before I end for the night, though. So that means we need to get Spatter Rock Grill set up. We need to hook up those Spatter Rocks. We need to not necessarily have a better water source available, but we need to have the possibility of getting to a better water source someday, at least. Conceptualized. Okay. Let's cut that out right away. Those need to be moderate priority. We need a grill. It needs to be high priority. So these things are going to produce 3 food per unit of raw material. That's not a whole lot of food, but it's more than what we would get otherwise, I guess. Set that to empty so it stops yelling at us about flooded buildings. I mean, it isn't yelling at us about that yet, but it will be soon. All right. Now, we've got to get these lodges online. It's really easy to control population for folktales because they will automatically grow to fill whatever housing you have. So you just build houses for as many beavers as you need and they'll keep that full. Which is great. Okay, let's change you to grilled spider dog. Can you people cut trees a little faster? Thank you. No, they can't because there's no beavers available to do the cutting. Okay. We're in a drought. Lumber mill can't work. Power wheels can't work. We need this grill built yesterday. Fall stuff, you lazy bastards. We're out of food. So this has got to be built, like, now. Let's put some extra temporary workers on the job so they haul faster. It really doesn't help that everything's so spread out right now, but... Okay, it's built. Boom. This is a high priority workplace. We should be able to feed everybody before we start having beavers die of hunger this time around. And hopefully we can get more lodges built. We need at least 3 lodges to fill our current population, and then we want more lodges for more population. How many planks do I have left? 4. Okay, we're not doing much useful with those for a while then. I need these gears. We also need to get the gear workshop of our own, which is another 100 science. Good luck with that. The normal aquifer drill wants 400 horsepower instead of the 200 of the old ancient one. So that's going to be non-trivial. We'll likely need to install another water wheel somewhere. Okay, now the people are getting housed, well-being's going up a lot. That's good. Let's run some paths. We had another beaver die of old age, which is bad. The good news is we have plenty of food for the moment. That's not going to hold for long, though. So let's go ahead and get a farmhouse built. And then I'm going to order potatoes planted. Okay. I'm going to remove these trees in the middle of the field. And obviously this isn't going to work until we fill this area with water, and that's not going to happen for a while. Unfortunately. Okay, actually, you are one tile too far. And then we're going to need to put in an overpass over this. No. Okay, that worked, actually. We're good. Yeah. Because the aquifer drill power connection should be right here. Oh. Need to unpause the power wheels. Need to unpause the lumber mill. The first baby beaver of the colony has arrived. Will I have enough power for the drill? No. But the drill can run under too low of power conditions. It just runs less efficiently. For example, we're currently running the ancient water drill at half power with 2 water power wheels. It's not great to run it at half power, but needs must. In this case, we'll be running this one at like a quarter power once we get it built. Which, once again, not great, but I'll likely try to add another water wheel. Water wheel. Over here, maybe? Maybe over here. I could do a little shenanigans with some, yeah, we could run it like, we could put a couple of them here and here. And then build some levees like there and in here. And that would improve it a good bit. It's so nice to show the water output, or the power output. Yeah. Yeah, that is quite handy. Which is why if I was going to put them here, like 78 horsepower, that's hardly worth it. 82. We get a full 124 if we built it right there. I think 124 is all we're getting off this one. Yeah. So I don't think we can get more than 124 out of this. I guess this is probably the best place to put it. But if I want more over here, we're going to want to use levees to... Yeah. I should be able to build this without too much trouble. A bit of a worker shortage. I need one of those, a high priority job. Do we have any spatter rock that's left? No, we don't. Okay, so we can pause the grill. And I need to set its job to grill potatoes. Okay. Please build this farmhouse. Thank you. We need that farmhouse if we don't want to starve to death in short order. We're down to 64 food. Oh wait, we do have some spatter rock left in there. Okay. Correction. Let's unpause that. That's at least a little bit more food we can suck out of that. Okay. Potatoes being planted. That's big. I probably should get this over here to power this drill. It'd be a little bit cumbersome. I removed that oak and built platforms across here, but then I would need more planks. And planks is one of those things that we really don't have at the moment. We're going to have to get more. I'm hoping we can get some population built up. We had 9 beavers. We're back to 9 beavers again, but 3 of them are kids because we had a bunch of beavers die of old age. But hopefully we can get things turned around at least a little bit. Okay. Pause the farmhouse for now. Actually, even when it's unpaused, I only want like 2 guys working there. We need the workers for other things. Population tied to housing limit? Yeah, I know. That's one thing that makes these guys easy. We've got plenty of houses. Hopefully not too many houses. Also, we're barely getting enough water over here to keep the potatoes green, which is not helping things. Okay. Where's everybody working at? We got to keep the power wells going. We've got one pump. So that's 3. We got 1 lumberjack, so that's 4. Okay. We had 2 builders, so that freed up a builder. That gets us 1 guy. We're going to be lucky if we're able to get food out of these guys in time to not die. Thankfully, this group over here is staying watered all the time. We're like 30% on the first potatoes. It's not good. Really not good. Really, really, really not good. I'm gonna just go ahead and pause 1 water pump for now. It hasn't had workers on it for a while anyway. I should make it more obvious that's not working. Did we get the last of the spider docks out of there? Yes, we did. Okay. I believe the grill is done for now. Okay. So I'm going to change this to normal potatoes. I don't think we got the potatoes in fast enough. Is there anywhere I can grab food, like just a warehouse that I've missed? There's a few berries. Is that a reasonable thing to even go get? I don't think so. Maybe. Yeah. It's 20 logs to build a dam. I don't want to waste the money on a levee, but they're so much cheaper to build. Also, I don't really want a levee there. I don't want a dam there either. That's paper. That's not useful to me. I think I've pretty much gotten all of the food that we can reach cleaned out. Clearly I should have got this farmhouse down earlier, but we were having so much trouble getting water to irrigate this. We've got like 4 days probably before we get... Yeah, we might have to go back to, say, another previous save. Again. I'm not sure how many days before they starve. It's surprisingly long amount of time, but... Okay, we gotta get across this, because we need... We absolutely positively must have those berries. I'm going to build dams because I don't want levees here. And I don't want to waste the science on them. Okay. Do I have the wood for this? Not really. Alright, well, it'll work out anyway. We got to keep an eagle eye on this so we can unpause the farmhouse when possible. We do have at least one beaver cutting trees. It looks like he's almost done with the stuff we've ordered him to cut. Why are you white? Oh, it just looked that way from the angle we were at, apparently. Weird. Okay. Yeah, we've got 20 days to get this aquifer going. We've used about half of our starting time, which is not great. 60% of the way, potato crop. Okay. We have 9 adults again, that's good. Well, it's also bad, but... Okay, he's cut all the trees he can cut. Let's go ahead and order the rest of these trees cut. We've got drought. Yep, drought. Great. Hopefully we can pump enough water that we don't immediately lose all the potatoes when they happen. Okay, let's go ahead and remove the tree cutting area here. Let's order potatoes replanted in those areas. I'm not going to unpause this for that. Set to prioritize harvesting. About 80% grown. Oh, there goes the shrimp light. Okay. They're almost done building that dam. Okay. Get to eating the berries, everyone. Hopefully the hungriest ones got them. I'm not going to count on it, though. Oh, we have somebody finally working the lumber mill. Hell yeah. That's huge. That means we can get some very important resources. Okay. Potatoes ready for harvest. Boom. That means we're probably no longer running the lumber mill. Yep. Also, we need to unpause the grill. As soon as day hits, they should start harvesting these potatoes. Come on, hurry your slow asses up. Alright. Here comes the first load of potatoes. Nope. He was bringing logs. Okay, now he's bringing potatoes. Let's see. Grilled potatoes become 4. He brought 3 potatoes in. Yeah. That's huge, actually. Okay. It'll take a little bit to get rid of the last of the hungry beavers, but food has been secured. For so long as the water holds out, which that's next priority. Oh yeah, I need to get... Okay. We have the metal we need to build the aquifer drill right there. We have the science we need to build the aquifer drill right there. And right here. We have some of the gears we need to build the aquifer drill up there. We need to get a gear workshop and place it probably right here as soon as we can remove these paths to make room for it. Yeah. Drought started. That unfortunately means all the power is going to shut off. The aquifer drill can't pump during a drought. I'm pretty sure. Let's go ahead and pause those power wheels, save ourselves a little bit. How much water do I have stored? 24 water stored? That's hardly any. Okay, we got to keep the pump running during the drought then. As much as I'd really rather not. We should be able to harvest all the potatoes. Alright. I can see a very dim light at the end of the tunnel. For immediate early emergencies anyway. There's actually some beavers who aren't hungry. Most of them are still hungry though. How starving are you? You're not that starving. You're very starving. Well, he's gonna die of starvation unless he gets food right away. Okay, he got some food, so he's not gonna die right away. How about you? You're not that starving. You're kind of starving. Alright, I don't think we're gonna lose any beavers to starvation from this point forward. That guy should be the last one. I hope. Assuming that we can get another crop in anyway. The drought's 2.2 days. Let's see, how many potatoes do we have laying around? Trying to figure out if I can swap them over to our plant right away. Don't think I can. Not yet. Alright, anyway. I wish there was enough gears in there. There is enough gears available, but they are underneath, down here. And I don't think I can get to that without massive problems. Because you can't build a path underneath these natural overhangs. So I would have to dynamite a passage into there. Actually, can I get this dynamite over here? I know I determined that there was dynamite over here earlier. I'd have to remove, at a minimum, a blockage and some metal ruins. And that would get us 3 whole dynamite, which we would then have to spend how much science on? 600 science? Yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay. We do have enough science to unlock the aquifer drill. Let's go ahead and put that in. We might as well get started building it. Okay, the metal blocks have all been provided. We obviously don't have the 40 planks or the 25 gears. I really need to keep this lumber mill running at full speed all the time. During non-drought, anyway. Yeah. How many potatoes do we have in store? Basically none. Okay. Yeah, it's not looking so hot for the farm. There is still some potatoes to harvest, but we lost some to drought. We do have 120 grilled potatoes already, so I don't think we're actually going to have any starvation problems. We need to unpause that lumber mill. It's gotta be working. We only have 7 adult beavers. I'm going to go ahead and pause the inventor huts because we've gotten the emergency science we needed. That's not a good idea, mind you, but it's what we've got. Okay, so 3 of our 7 beavers are working food. 3 are working water. Yeah, I know there's a bad water seep that's going to come online in a couple days. It's fine. It's not going to affect me, I don't think, at all. As far as I can tell, it's not connected to anything. It's going to fill that room a slosh with water. I think this bad water seep exists solely to draw your attention over here and make you realize that there's just a huge pile of resources underground in this area. Just like insane amounts of resources. Oh, there's an unstable core that's going to explode over here. How did I not notice this one? Well. Yeah, it's about to create a big problem for somebody. That somebody is not me. Yeah, we only have 13 days to get this aquifer drill up and running. That's not good. We've got to get that lumber mill running full time. I don't know if I can do it. Because we need 40 planks during that time. Okay, what buildings are unstaffed? There's nobody working the district center. There's nobody working the grill. Ooh. Okay, well. We'll just have to pay attention to that. I'm going to go ahead and pause the farmhouse and the grill again. Because we've got another, like, 6 days. Probably more like 4 days, actually. Hopefully. We don't need this science right away, so I'm not going to build the stairs here to get up to it. I do, however, very much need these gears, so let's take up the priority on that. I did order them to cut trees in this area, right? Yes, I did. Okay. Don't cut those trees, please. Don't cut those trees. Do very much cut these trees. Okay. I need these trees here gone so we can get the power shaft built through there. That's 18 out of the 25 gears we need. It's definitely not enough, but it's something. I can't afford a gear workshop, right? No, I can't. Okay, we do need to unpause one inventor. Or do I? Is there a relic I can easily reach? There is one up on top of this hill. It'll cost us, what, 6 planks to get up there? 4 planks to get up there. I think I'd rather just unpause the inventor hut for a little bit. It's reduced down to 1 worker at the district center. We're back up to 9 population, only 7 workers though. We have 10 days to get this online. Not great. Yeah. When I can be free from having multiple beavers on power wheels, that'll be a very nice day. We'll likely have to move them over here to keep this running, but... Okay, we gotta keep cutting trees. Okay. Those power shafts need to go in. Now. Yeah, we'll be able to build enough. We'll be able to make enough planks, I think. We have 8 planks in storage. When we get closer to the end, we'll assign more people to the district center and do a big build push on it, but... Actually, how much is it going to cost to build the gear workshop? 25 planks, 15 wood. Ooh. Okay, I don't know about that so much now. That's kind of brutal. We're down to 9 food. Okay, unpause the farmhouse. Unpause the grill. Unfortunately, that takes like half our workers right there. I need this inventor working. Where can I free up workers? I can't, that's where. I could run the aquifer drill at half speed, but that would... No, we need all the water we can get right now. Like, desperately, we need all the water we can get. Hopefully we have some baby beavers grow up. How long does it take for them to reach adulthood? Great question. Okay, look, the girl's top priority, okay? We've got 7 beavers. Where do they all work? 2 the farmhouse. Okay, so we have 4 beavers who aren't for food production. We've got 1 in the lumber mill. That's top priority. He must be working there. One at the water pump here. He must be working there. 2 at the water wheels, or power wheels. That's all of them then. Man. How many logs do we have? 68. We might be okay turning off the lumberjack hut for now. Yeah. I could probably set the efficient farmhouse to 1 for now. I really hate to do that, though. We've got 5 days left on the core. Right now, most of our problems are just that we straight up do not have enough population. I probably should have built lodges faster. But then we would have run out of water and food faster. Yeah. We absolutely must keep this drill pumping up to the last possible moment. Okay, it's almost done. We have just enough science to get the gear workshop. Okay. We got 40 planks, 15 metal blocks, 18 gears. Okay. Next up, we must build that gear workshop. We have 4 days to get the gear workshop built and get some amount of gears made. How many do we need exactly? We need 7 gears made. Okay, that's not too bad. Do I have enough planks to build this thing? Probably not. No. So we got to keep the lumber mill running yet. I can go ahead and pause the inventor. That'll free up a person. We do have a bunch of potatoes available. So that's very good. We're not immediately in danger of food. Yeah, we need 9 planks, I think. And more are being delivered every day. Man, I wish I would have put just a few more gears in this warehouse over here. I'm going to set that to empty because I don't actually want gears stored there right now. Okay. We need 4 more planks. And then we need a few more planks to actually make the gears. But we have 2 beavers without jobs at the moment. One of those is going to go... Okay. One of the unjobbed beavers is going to start working the gear workshop as soon as that's built. Drought approaching. Ooh, just what we always wanted. 2.9 days away. Unstable core is going to blow in 0.9 days. It's very important we keep that thing pumping all the way up to the end. Gear workshop's online. We might have to put in some temporary power to run these when the drought hits. Okay, how many of these did I say we needed? 7. We can probably make those in one day if we have the planks available. How many logs do I have? We're down to 9 logs. I'm going to go ahead and unpause one of these lumberjack flags temporarily. There goes our water source. That does mean we can go ahead and delete these power wheels and recover some logs. Recovered quite a lot of logs, actually. So we can actually go ahead and repause this lumberjack. Boom. Get another beaver working there. Actually, 2 more beavers working there. Okay. The first couple native gears have come off the line. We're going to have ourselves... Okay, that unstable core I already determined wasn't going to affect us at all. Wait, there's a berry warehouse right here. Okay, I could have gotten to that during our incredible food drought, but... How much stored water do I have? Very little. That's a problem. We don't have much in the way of stored potatoes either. We've got like 30 potatoes and 117 grilled. So it's a lot better than nothing, but... Alright. We can start using a few planks here and there for emergency purposes. Actually, we can reach over there and demolish that right now. I just noticed there's a couple of natural slopes here. Okay, that's actually pretty big. Let's bump the priority on that up a little bit. That's 200 free science that we need. There's the drought, which means our manufacturing stuff is going to grind to a halt. Aquifer drill was just finished. Hell yeah. Okay. Aquifer drill's finished. Food source assured. Let's go ahead and pause the gear and plank workshop, because as much as I'd like to keep them running, we can't do that with the drought going on. Okay, hell yeah. Oh, the clock's long or something weird going on? I decided I didn't want to end until I had the worst of the disaster handled. Which took a little bit longer than I thought it was going to take, but anyway. Long story short, we are now past the worst of the disaster, though. As of right now, we have an aquifer drill available. And then... as soon as we can, aka as soon as the drought ends in 4.8 days, this aquifer drill should kick on. And to remind myself of what we were doing last time, I'm going to go ahead and put in some assistance here. Okay. That's got to be cut. Unpause you two. And then we'll put in power shaft in here later. Do I have any planks actually in storage? No, so they won't actually be able to build over top of that. Which means we might as well just go ahead and delete that for now. So we can at least get access to this tree and get started on this. Anyway, I'm going to save the game there. And we will continue this tomorrow. How long I was going to go was this long. To this point, at least. Because, yeah, we needed food and water. We have water and food now. Sources that aren't going to go away immediately. Not good sources, mind you. They're still terrible. They're still clinging by the barest thread. But we have sources. We still have this giant sword of Damocles hanging over our heads on that side. And we have this problem doing the same thing over here. And I think there's some more similar problems over here. Yeah, long story short, we got to get up to the rim as fast as we can in 3 separate spots and start building dams. Otherwise, we're screwed in the long run. But for the short run, things are taken care of. And all of those problems sound like tomorrow Milo problems. Yeah. Tomorrow, more Timberborn. Monday, I don't know. Monday is a holiday. It depends on how soon I start stream, I guess, on Monday. If I, for some reason, get started early, then maybe we'll do some Timberborn. If I don't, for some reason, get started early, then Crab. I'm sure we'll play Crab regardless. But anyway. Tuesday and Wednesday, the plan, I believe, is some Opus Magnum. Thursday, Zutekun 1. And then Friday will be some EDF. And next weekend will be even more Timberborn. But anyway. For tonight, though, I need to get some sleep. And I'm sure most of you do as well. So I will see you all later. Good night. And goodbye.